Well, hi, Jakey. Hello, cats and kittens. Mamacatgamer is here. I'm hoping the sound settings are okay. Oh, Jake's gonna come visit right away. Come on. Come on. Yeah? I know you want up.
Well, hi, Jakey.
Oh, that's loud. Yes, I'm coming. Come on. There you go. Come on. Yeah. Oh, buddy. Okay, if you can sit down, that'd be great. It's a little hard for me to stream in your face when you're in my face. Hey, buddy. How's my pussycat? For those of you who are new to the channel, this is Jake. He's going to be 15 in another month. I can't believe it's been that long already. Good looking boy for being 15 years old. Quite healthy. I'm very happy. Alright. We are going to go do... we are on the Stormblood expansion in Final Fantasy XIV with Gabtia. We're going to continue our story. We're going to be doing Strong and Unified. I almost said United there. Strong and Unified. And we will be going to Ala Ghiri in just a moment, but we are going to do a summoner job quest. So, we're going to go back to New Gridania. I had a Windows update the other day, and it, like, messed up all my sound settings. It was, like, crazy. Like, remapped my microphones. It was nuts. So, I apologize for any sound issues. Oh, let me make sure I got everything here. Yeah, I can hear you purring, man. All right. We are back. I think for the next few weeks, the appointment I usually have at 1, I have to leave for at 1, is going to be happening in the morning instead of the afternoon, which will actually make it easier for me. So I may be streaming in the afternoons. I've also started a Clair Obscure Expedition 33 live streaming and recording. I think I will be streaming Clair Obscure tomorrow night. And I wanted to get some done today, but we got home so freaking late. I had a doctor appointment. It was supposed to be at 1 o'clock. I didn't get to see the doctor until after 2. Now, the staff was really good and kept me informed. But if it had been much... And I was tempted to reschedule, but it takes 5 months to get into this guy. So I waited it out. He was worth the wait. He was a super nice doc and quite knowledgeable, so it was very nice. All right. So it worked out. He took his time. I was pleasantly surprised. Most specialists do not. And it wasn't a big deal, by the way, so do not worry. Alright, I forgot where we gotta go. Apkalu Falls. Lancer's Guild's probably the fastest way there. Hey, buddy. Good boy, huh? We're going to talk to Ymitra. Ymitra, the researcher at Apkalu Falls, wishes you to proceed with the next summoning ritual. Alright. Titan's essence infuses your aura, Gav. I foresee no further obstacles preventing us from attempting the next ritual. Shall we proceed with the austerities of Earth? I have every confidence that you will succeed in binding Titan Agi to your will. According to my research, the most suitable location for the ritual is a place found to the southwest of Alder Springs in the North Shroud, a heretofore buried layer of ancient rock exposed by the violent upheavals of the Calamity has lent the surrounding area an overwhelming earthen aspect. The conditions will be perfect. I will await you at our destination, Gav. Alright. Oh, let me summon my Chocobo first of all. That would be helpful. And I will eat some food. You're a happy boy, aren't you? You're just dying for me to scritch your ears and everything. Yeah. I feel good? Oh, yeah. You're such a good boy. Okay. Ugh. Alright. Let me readjust me and myself and my mic. Ymitra says, the ritual you are about to perform is, essentially, no different from the austerities of flame. Instead of fire, however, you will be concentrating on shifting your etheric balance towards the spectrum of Earth. Once you have achieved the required state of Earth and affinity, the Primal's captured essence will tumble forth and coalesce into this stony form of Titan Agi. As before, you must demonstrate unflinching authority if you would convince the newborn avatar to heed your commands. Let us begin. Alright. Level sync. Level 39. Okay, well, I'm level 36 here, so might be a little under-leveled. So basically we gotta defeat him. Let's step out of the AoE. Oh, well done, Gav. Yeah. Uh-oh. That wasn't very nice. I come in search of Ala Ghiri relics, and what do I find but a pair of incompetent dabblers? By what jest of fate did you chance across such undeserved power? Ymitra says, and who might you be, sir, to so boldly question our accomplishments? If you have indeed unlocked the secrets of summoning, then you must be in possession of the very treasure I seek. How terribly convenient. I need only slay you both and take what I need from your bloody corpses. I mean, you can't ask nicely, not that we're going to give it to you, but still, I mean, we go from 0 to death in, 10 seconds. Gods below, a summoner! But how? I don't know, we're gonna find out. Cease your infantile prattle. The continuation of my divine work far outweighs the worth of your pitiful lives. That's a little extreme, don't you think? Alright, here we go. Defeat the Dark Summoner. Let's get out of that. Oh, nuts. Could have used my eggies there. Oh well. Ah. Why do you struggle so? Your unwillingness to accept oblivion but delays the inevitable. No, pretty sure it doesn't. Heed me, avatar of infernal flame. Incinerate these fools in all-consuming hellfire. It's a little over the top there. What? I think Titan Aggie has something to say about that. Feel nature's fury, you vile blackguard. Ugh, I tire of this childish game. Thank your gods for granting you another day of miserable existence. Pretty sure it's okay. Ymitra says, he's gone. What a decidedly unpleasant fellow. I would call him attempted murderer, criminal, batshit crazy. I don't think I would call him decidedly unpleasant. You learned how to summon Titan Aggie. Alright, what does Ymitra say? Well, I suggest we return to Apkalu Falls. I have no desire to linger here and chance another encounter with whomever that deranged mage was. Deranged sounds about right. Okay. Let's go back to New Gridania. Oh. I went back too fast. Couldn't stop it in time. I had some hunt log enemies there. No worry, we'll get them another time. Get them another time. If you move right as you're casting the, the teleport, sometimes you can abort it in time, but I was too far into the animation for it to stop. Oh, Mara's barking. I must say, I did not expect to meet another practitioner of the summoning arts. And I also did not expect to be suddenly fighting for my life. What precious treasure do we carry that this callous stranger was so willing to kill us to possess it? Such mysteries aside, I am most glad you were able to secure Titan Eggy before the summoner decided to unleash his fiery avatar. Without its protection, I doubt we would have survived that conflagration. The Eggy of Earth, as was so aptly demonstrated, is not a force to be trifled with. You should certainly take the time to explore its capabilities as well as its limitations. Be careful, however, not to neglect other magics at your disposal. Meanwhile, I shall confer with my colleagues in the Sons of St. Koinak and see what I might learn of that hostile summoner. We shall meet anon. Okay. Next one is available at level 40. Let's go back to, let me do Viper. Oh, let's report to Ray Osena at Camp Tranquil. Turn this quest in that I've had completed. One more night in Amdapur. Isumiyan says, "You are returned from your expedition to the Lost City? That is well. We, for our part, have at last succeeded in easing the elemental's disquiet. But tell us, Gav, what was the nature of the hostile presence that so unsettled them?" Let me think back on that one. Extraordinary. I was all but certain that some seed of the darkness had survived. I could not have been more wrong. I certainly did not expect ensorcelled statues. Creations of the Amdapuri Magi, I imagine. It would appear so. They likely began to stir when that fiend was awoken by the weakening seal. Yet that does not explain why the elementals would have caused the fear of these ancient sentinels. Rayo Zenos says, "It seems safe to assume that the Amdapuri built them to repel the armies of Mach. Were I to hazard a guess, I would say that the passing of the years has dulled the statue's senses, and that they mistook our friends for ethereal beings of a different order, void scent of the kind employed by the Machi Magi. The elemental's arrival would have seemed like an invasion." Isumiyan says, "That would explain much, yes. Void-sent monstrosities and undying guardians of stone. The War of the Magi must have been a conflict of truly terrifying proportions." Yeah, it kind of tore things up a lot, yeah. "It is well that these ancient relics have at last been laid to rest. With the city's defenses thus disabled, we may safely return to our task of cleansing the ruins. You have our deepest gratitude, Gav." Does she have anything else for us? Ever does it hearten me to see your face, Gav. What brings you to the Twelveswood today? Considering the Amdapori horrors that were but recently in our midst, I would say that we fare rather well. The forest once again knows serenity, and we have you to thank for this, Gav. Brother Isumiyan continues his research of the ruins and the scars of the War of the Magi. We must not shrink from the horrors of history, lest we be doomed to repeat them. That is a beautiful theme. Just beautiful. I gotta see if I can find it and put it on my orchestrion player. It's a beautiful piece. Just I love how it just crescendos gently and then decrescendos. Just nice. Nicely done. Alright, we are now going to go back to Ala Ghiri. Oh, let's see what these look like. Those aren't too bad. There's the fending one. A fine spear she is. I cannot rightly say I've seen any finer. Let's talk to the mender. Had to make sure everything was repaired nicely. Let's see what Conrad has to say. Enjoy your time with Minago and her kin. Aye, that's what I want to hear. Too many soldiers forget the importance of time away from all this. Pippin's like down below the table there. It's like, can he even see anything at that height? Yeah, I can see the tops of those markers, sure. Can't see the map, but that's okay. You can describe it for me. Everything appears to be in order. Very good, very good. The Imperials underestimated us once, and they paid dearly for it. They may not be so easily deceived this time, but if we cannot fool them, we will simply have to break them. On behalf of the Elder Seeds here, I thank you for your swift and decisive action against the primal menace. We were not unaware of the danger it posed to our fair nation. Okay. Raban says, that everyone? Then let us begin. Ala Ghiri is ours, and for mercy we took it without losing a single man. But we dare not grow complacent. Specula Imperatoris will not be so easily won. Elfino says, if I may, General, should we not pause to consider the Imperials' motivations? For Zenos to surrender a fortified settlement of strategic importance without so much as firing a shot is inexplicable. Raban said, we searched the village and found no traps or other signs of sabotage. Suspicious though it may be, I will not refuse this gift from our enemy. The path to Alamigo is through the east, through Specula Imperatoris and Castrum Abania. It bears repeating, however, that the latter is home to a massive cannon with unparalleled range and destructive power. Pippin says, which means that we will need to strike Specula Imperatoris quickly, both to limit their ability to locate our forces in the field, and to utilize the installation as a shield against attack, as they would doubtless not risk damaging the towers. Alfino says, I see. Then we have no choice but to accept what we have been given. Conrad says, Aye, that's the way of it. I've no doubt that Zenos has got something planned, but we'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. Raban says, To the assault, then. The main host will commence a direct assault on Specula Imperatoris. During this time, I would hold the Scions in reserve at Ala Ghiri to deal with any Imperial forces that may be dispatched in response. Alphino says, Understood. Lee says, Wait a minute. We should be fighting with you and the Resistance. I understand you don't want to rely too much on Gav after what he's been through, but at least let the rest of us do our part. So we can say, if she wants to fight, I say let her fight, or don't do anything too reckless, alright? Could you do the latter? He says, I won't. I promise I'll do what Conrad says. Alphino says, Mayhap it would be best if I accompanied you. Alize can stay with Gav. Alize says, Oh, go if you must. The two of us can take care of ourselves. Raban says, You have your orders. Dismissed. We got a cutscene. Meanwhile, deep within an Imperial research facility. Ugh, all those dead people, man. Just laying there on the floor.
My head.
Let us see. So, she lives. Impressive. Or merely lucky, though that too may prove a useful trait.
My lord, what have you done to me?
Though we Guardians are intellectually and physiologically superior in almost all respects, we lack the hereditary traits required for the reliable manipulation of ether, hence our unique inability to wield magics. This deficiency, for want of a better word, saw us subjected to decades of oppression by the lesser races, and we were eventually driven to seek shelter in the cold northern reaches of Ilsabard. Fortunately, said region was replete with vast deposits of ceruleum, which proved instrumental in the development of Magitech, a revolutionary technology conceived to compensate for our disadvantage. It was with Magitech that we grew strong, that our nation became an empire. Yet, ultimately, this was an extrinsic solution to an intrinsic problem. What I wanted was not a crude device to be used in lieu of magic. Through modification of the Garlean genome, I argued that it might be possible to enhance a subject's ability to manipulate ether, effectively empowering them to wield magics. Alas, my theories were met with consternation in the Imperial Court. Only Lord Zenos, with commendable foresight and wisdom, deigned to support my research.
You gave me this treatment, but I'm not Garlean.
Alamegan, through and through. What you have been granted is far greater than mere magic. Before that lesser light, it is as a second sun.
I am informed that Ala Ghiri was recently occupied by the Resistance, and that an attack on Specular Imperatoris is considered imminent. This could provide an ideal opportunity to test her performance in the field.
Your skulls, was it? They have joined the garrison at the watchtower?
Yes, my lord. By your leave, I would rendezvous with them and lead a counterattack against the insurgents.
No. Even were you to leave now, you would not arrive in time. There is another duty I would entrust to you.
Found you.
Haha. Alright, Alize says, so full of fire and eager, weren't they? Well, I wouldn't worry too much. They're strong and they have each other. At least you spared me the trouble of having to speak up. I wasn't about to let Lise go alone. Okay, which one of these should we take? The blue one, the brown one, the black one. Is there any question? What do these look like? They're okay. That one's not too bad. I think I like the healing one the best. Alright. We have a fair bit of ground to cover, so we should split up. If you come across any Imperial soldiers, you know what to do. Oh, and so you know, I sent word to Arenvald's squadron. They are already searching other nearby areas, so we have allies in the event we encounter anything beyond our means. Okay. Patrol White Rock for Imperial forces. Trying to decide which one would be the more efficient way to go. Couldn't find either of you. I couldn't quite read that fast enough. Okay. We'll catch it another time. It's like giant grasshoppers out here. Okay. Sorry if bugs bother you. Ah, there's our destination. Oh. I'm gonna take the Fenrir, it's a little faster. The Fenrir goes just a little bit faster than the regular mounts. Oh. Check that out. True griffins are on my hunt log here. I think we're going to take the time to kill these guys. Or at least get these two. Oh, there's Alizé right there. Just chilling out there. She ain't gonna help. I might be able to make this in time. I think I will. Oh, yay! Ah, I see Alizé was busy. Thank you for healing me up there. Ah, give me a moment, Cav. Say that again, if you would. No. Maintain your distance for now. Understood. Keep me apprised of any developments. That was Arenvald. The pair that was spying on us in the Fringes has followed us here. What about you, Gav? Any troubles? Yeah, we had a little bit. And there I was thinking we might be due for some peace and quiet. Glad to hear you dealt with them. I hope the assault on Specular Imperatoris is going well. Hell's Open. That's an ominous name. It's a theme music from Praetorium.
You've improved.
Come now, father. You lured the fool onto my blade, and do not try to deny it.
Our work here is all but done. What of Conrad and his men?
They are for the main tower. The skulls have offered fierce resistance thus far, but Conrad seems to believe he can convince them to lay down their arms.
Then we will tend to the stragglers down below. With me!
Report.
Enemy forces have overrun the lower facilities and appear to be mounting an assault on the main tower. We have already received a request for reinforcements. A unit of legionaries has been mustered and is ready to depart. They await your orders, Commander.
Stand down.
Commander?
Tell them to stand down.
Commander, if I may, our people, your people are still in there. They will be slaughtered.
You think I don't know that? I want nothing more than to help them. To lead the bloody charge. But I have my orders. Lord Zenos said no reinforcements. He would have us use the main cannon to destroy the installation.
What? Kill our own soldiers? You must be mistaken.
Mayhap you'd like to ask Lord Zenos yourself. I thought not. Initiate the firing sequence.
Shades of Star Wars there.
Wars are won on the backs of the dead. Theirs and ours. There is no truth but this. We must remain firm and resolute and always, always do our duty. Now, give the order.
Initiate firing sequence.
Aye, aye. Initiating firing sequence. Release safety locks. Deploy main cannon.
Ansfred, Rudolph, and for us, for our people, for our future.
I need you to confirm the target, Commander.
Specula Imperatoris, main tower. Fire when ready.
I wonder if she's getting an echo there.
What in the seven hells?
Long-range artillery.
Those treacherous bastards. Their people were still fighting. Full retreat. Now! Relay the orders!
Understood. All forces retreat! I repeat, all forces retreat!
This is what happens when you have a psychopath running your military. By the 12. By the 12. Did you see that? The main tower just collapsed. You heard it too, didn't you? It must have been the cannon at Gyr Abania. But that was an Imperial installation and their troops were still... Damn it, no one's responding. I don't know if the shell is being jammed or... We have to go right now. They need our help. The fear in Alize's eyes is unlike anything you have ever seen before. Heavens weep. This way, there's no time to lose. Alright. After securing a foothold in the peaks by seizing Ala Ghiri... Well, hi, Jakey. Can't see my screen with you in front of it. Sorry if you have a tail in your camera. After securing a foothold in the peaks by seizing Ala Ghiri, the Eorzean Alliance and the Resistance set their sights on the next logical target, Specula Imperatoris. And so a great host, led by General Aldine and Commander Kemp, laid siege to the towers. But when the massive cannon at Gyr Abania was used to destroy the main tower of Specula Imperatoris, killing countless allied and Imperial troops, it was plain the rules of engagement had changed. Alright, come on. Come on back. Alright, buddy. Maybe a cuddle bug again. Alize says, it's worse than it looks. He probably wasn't even... Pull yourself together. The gate. This is our way inside. I need to find my brother, right? Now. Okay. Surmet bulkhead. That's their word for, like... I think Surmet is like, metal-infused concrete or something like that. The locks on the massive gate appear to have been disabled. You need only prise them open to pass through. Ah, that's fantastic. They left it unlocked for us. It shall be done, Alize says. Damn it, I don't see them, my brother or Lise. Maybe the general knows something. Raban says, I'm glad you're here, Gav. In case it isn't obvious, the Imperials fired on us. On Specula Imperatoris. I didn't think they had it in them to kill their own men just to kill us. Gods damn them all. Alize says, where is my brother? Tell me where he is. I want to see him. Pippin said, he was in the tower when it was struck. But that need not mean anything. Our forces are still evacuating and many remain unaccounted for. Raban. Alize? Alize, listen. There are soldiers wounded and dying all around us. Soldiers with families, just like you and me. They need our help. Do you understand? He's right. I'll take the north, you take the east. Shall be done, Raban says. Tell the adders we need their conjurers ready to receive our wounded. And get me every carriage you can find. They could fire on us again at any moment. Alright, let's go search for wounded soldiers in need of assistance. Thank you. I think I can manage on my own. For a moment there, I thought I was bound for Thal's Great Hall. Ye gods, what were the Imperials thinking? Wounded storm soldier. Just give me a moment to let the world stop spinning, would you? Ala Ghiri's not far. I'll make it. I'll make it. To continue searching for wounded soldiers. You keep catching the nail on my clothes there. Alright. Ugh. Everything hurts. I think I was struck by debris from the tower. Wait. I know you. Gyr, Ward of House Forton. We fought together on the steps of faith. You saved my life back then, and now. I can walk, thank you. 1,000 times thank you. Please, Conrad! Conrad! Can you hear me? Nago, put him down over there. Elfino says, Gav, full glad am I to see you. Wait, where's my sister? Nago says, oh, mighty Rogger, oh, noble Zema, I beg of you, do not take him from us.
Conrad! Conrad, speak to me!
It was all so sudden. Conrad had just convinced the last few skulls to surrender when we heard the bang and everything started to shake. We carried the survivors to safety, but Conrad's... We have done what we can for him. All that remains is to pray.
Conrad?
Is that you, Lise? I can't see a damn thing. Well, that's that then. Time's up.
What are you talking about? You'll be on your feet before you know it.
It's all right, Lise. I've lived long enough. But listen, I want you to lead the resistance in my stead.
Don't say another word. You'll recover. We'll recover. We'll bring freedom to Ala Ghiri together. We're not going to stop here.
No, you won't. Everything we've built, everyone we've brought together, I know you'll show them the way. You've got it in you, Lise. Not because you're Curtis's daughter or Ida's sister, but because you're you. Because you're you.
Conrad.
Lead them to victory. To freedom.
I will, Conrad. I will. I promise.
Meanwhile, in the chaos of Caster Abania.
Next round, double the charge.
Come, Nidhogg. We are needed.
Ooh, Estinian's back. Oh, wow.
That's the cerulean pipeline.
Impossible! How can one man... Shoot the bastard! Shoot him!
Yeah, good luck with that. just stands there.
My lance has slain far greater beasts. You're welcome, boy.
Nice smile there.
Notify all units! I want that intruder found! And get the engineers to fix my bloody cannon! The savages are coming!
Hello, welcome to the stream. All right, that was a rough one, folks. Man, I hate losing characters, right? I cry every time. Doesn't matter. Sadly, Conrad has left us. He says, I promise. Mana goes, no, you can't. Not now. Not now. We could have killed them. We could have walked away. But instead we tried to convince them to lay down their arms. We tried to seek a peaceful resolution. We showed them mercy, and this was their response? Fire and blood? This was their answer? Such crimes cannot go unpunished. They must not. God's is my witness. There will be a reckoning. Yeah, that's powerful words for Alfino. And thank you for the kind words. All the folks you mentioned are fantastic streamers. They are fantastic. So, I will try and hold a candle to them. All right. Heavens weep. Okay, they don't have anything new to say. Alfino is slowly but surely. Alfino is regaining his composure. Forgive me. Now is not the time for vows of vengeance. We must remain calm and rational and in control. The Imperials have demonstrated a willingness to fire on their own. So long as we remain here, we are in danger. We three will see to Commander Kemp's body, find my sister, and return to Ala Ghiri. Alright, anything else from... Well, hi, Jakey. You're just, you're coming up for lots of visits tonight. My cat just jumped on my desk. We will meet you in Ala Ghiri. I pray you find my sister and leave at once. Do you have anything? Look after him. You should go. Managos. Oh, sobbing. She and Kemp were very close. Alright. Conrad, I mean. Hey, buddy, your tail is right in my way. Come here. Come here. Come on. Come on, baby. Alright, here we go. Here's Alize. There, that should suffice for now. Go on and join the others. Tell me you found Alfino. Tell me he's all right. Oh, thank the 12. I don't know what I would have done, though, saying that, what will the Resistance do without Commander King? Sorry, not here, not now. We should return to Ala Ghiri. Keep an eye out for any wounded who need our help on the way. Alright, search for wounded soldiers in need of assistance. We got more. Okay, there's one off to our west there. Oh, that's evil to put that up there on top of the light pole, that little waypoint. Or, vista point. Alamegan resistance fighter. What should we do? We've got plenty of our own wounded to deal with. Say the word and I'll finish him quick. Yeah, sometimes intel is worth keeping them, right? It wasn't long ago I was trying to kill you and yours. I half expected you were about to slit my throat. To hell's with this. I should be back home in Ilsabard, instead of taking fire from my so-called comrades. Put me in a jail or whatever. I'm through with it. Do you hear me? I surrender. Alright. Are you getting down now? Okay. Keep hitting my draw weapon key there. Alright. Sit up again. I like how you can get on your mount while you're running. Used to be that it would interrupt that. I'm not used to that. I've been having to stop so long before getting on my mount. Thanks, friend. Bloody tourniquet came loose and I was having trouble getting it back on. I should be fine the rest of the way. Well, you know, if you need a tourniquet, you're probably not okay the rest of the way, but we're gonna do what we can here. We're gonna ignore medical protocols. I work in the medical field, so, you know, it's fantasy. It's fantasy. I gotta remember it's fantasy. Oh, bless you, kind. Wait, is that you, Gav? I didn't recognize you at first. Been feeling a bit dizzy. Must have lost a lot of blood. I can keep going. I can keep going. Alright, we speak with Alfino and Ala Ghiri. We're just gonna port on down there. We have magic tourniquets that make you feel all better. Managos says, I knew we'd lose people doing this, but him? I was sure the old bear would outlast us all. He says, it's up to all of us to carry on in his stead. It's up To me. Elise says, I did what I could for those I found along the way, but some were beyond help. Unfortunately, that is the way of things in war. Yeah, we've given over Commander Kemp's remains for safekeeping. Later, I have no idea when, rites must needs be performed. For now, however, we must carry on. We must press forward. We must not give in to despair. Alright, did they have anything else? No. Okay. The question of how to move forward in Conrad's absence looms large in Alphino's mind. All Alliance and Resistance units have now withdrawn from Specula Imperatoris. It is time we spoke with General Aldine. I ran out of my food buff. My inventory is full as usual. Pippin, he of the... the poor guy can barely see over the top of the table there, man. Pippin, somebody give Pippin a chair to stand on, okay? We lost a lot of men inside the tower. Casualties are still mounting among those who survived. Mark my words, says the storm officer, when this is over, I will take the heads of every officer in Gyr Abania. I'll swing the bloody axe myself if I have to. Serpent officers, as grim though it is, the conjurers have had no choice but to impose a rigid triage system when treating the wounded. Under the circumstances, we have to be realistic. Triage exists for a reason. These deaths weigh heavy on my soul, Commander Kemp's most of all. He was a wise leader. He was a patriot, but above all else, he was a good man who will be sorely missed. One of many lost this day. I ask for a moment's silence to pray for the souls of the departed. We have suffered a grievous defeat, but we cannot and will not renounce the cause. The die has been cast. Hold tight to this grief, this anger, and let it drive you forward. Let it be your strength and your shield when next you face the enemy. Alphino says, it will carry us far, General. Of that I have no doubt. Ere we take another step towards Alamigo, however, we must first address the question of how to deal with Gyr Abania's cannon. If the Imperials are willing to employ the weapon without thought of their own soldiers' safety, we may struggle to approach them. Elise says, a frontal assault is out of the question. We'd lose countless men before we even reach the walls. Pippin says, would we? Recall that the Imperials could have obliterated our forces had they kept firing, but neglected to do so. They had no strategic reason to cease fire, which begs the question, why did they? You suspect they were unable to fire the cannon again? Mayhap due to a malfunction? Or one of their officers found his conscience after the first barrage, or a heretofore unknown resistance faction chose that moment to disable it. There are many possibilities. We call that possibility Estinian. But the fact remains that they stopped when logic dictated they continue. He says, then I'll just have to go and see for myself if the cannon is still operational. Monago says, are you mad? Conrad put you in charge of the resistance. We can't risk losing another commander so soon. He says, I know how you feel, Nago. I do. But I need you to understand. It wasn't long after Papalimo and I arrived at Rauger's Reach that Conrad first asked me to join the resistance, and then he kept on asking. Every time I said no, I told myself it was because of the Scions. But even then I knew deep down that it was an excuse, that I was still afraid of following my heart, because I couldn't be sure if it was for me or for Ida. But then I met someone on the other side of the world who had struggled with the same worries, and as we traveled and fought together, I saw him grow and become the leader his people needed him to be. And now it's my turn to do the same. There's not a lot of us left, and of the ones that are, many are still wounded. We have to make do with what we've got, and I'm the best qualified. It's as simple as that. But don't worry, Nago, I'll come back. I promise. Raban says, while I acknowledge Commander Hext's right to carry out this mission, I see no reason why she should do so alone. Gav, would you go with her? I would have done it even if you hadn't asked, sir. Or I suppose someone's got to keep her out of harm's way. Let's go with the first one. That sounds more Gav. Then it is settled. We will await your return. Manago says Conrad confided in me that he was considering naming her as his successor, so it didn't come as a complete shock. I mean, I was still surprised, but I've never once doubted his judgment. None of us have. If he thought Lise was the best choice, then she is. Alfino says, I understand Manago's concern. If they were to lose another leader so soon after losing Conrad, the resistance might never recover. Alright, Alize says, when did Lise become leader of the resistance? That is... I suppose we have Hien to thank for this, too. Alice says, like, what? What? Lise? More than a keeper, she needs a friend now. Stay close to her. Pippin says, one can but wonder how the rank and file of the 12th Legion will view their leadership upon hearing about the fate of Speculating Imperatores. Alright, sorry to drag you into this, Gav. It may not be the decision Conrad would have made, but I'm not Conrad. I never will be. I don't know what kind of leader he was hoping for, but right now all I can do is be myself. Alright, take the gunblade. Alright, they don't have anything new to say. Right, Lisa's mind is made up. If you don't mind, I'd rather not wait around and have people try to talk me out of it. That's true. The longer she stays, the more they're going to do that. Let's get moving. I know a good vantage point overlooking the castrum. Oh, great. Thanks, Final Fantasy, for making me try and say this word. Yunkrep's Hope. The ship stranded on the rocks to the east of here. It shouldn't take us long to get there. Oh, but there might be some ancient golems guarding it. Or that might just be an old wives' tale. Either way, it's worth the risk. Thanks. Manago says, Lise, Commander, I pray you proceed with all due caution. Do not hesitate to call upon us if needed. To reach the ship, we have to scale the cliff face. I'll get some climbing gear and meet you there, alright? Alright, let's see if Manago has anything new. The ship dates back to days of the Great Flood. The legend goes that it was teleported onto the rocks by magic. No idea if it's true, but I'll be damned if I know how else it could have gotten up there. I don't see any blue quests here, so we don't have any of those to do. We'll mend up. Always mend your gear. A guy named Frank. When I went to, I stayed with a couple of families in France for a month when I was a kid. And one of the brothers' names was Frank. Oh yeah, I think you can get up here eventually. If I can figure out where Lise is. Okay. It's like over here somewhere. And I gotta go around the bend here. Ah, destination. This little purple thing. You sense a hostile presence. Wait for Liestet, Jungkrep's hope. Sorry to keep you waiting. I see you've met the golems. Looks like the old stories were true, eh? In a way, I'm glad. Right then, time to climb. Why are you glad that I had to run into a golem, Lise? That's kind of weird. Okay. That took a bit more out of me than I expected. And here she is, Jungkrep's hope. The ark that one man made to save countless others from the flood during the 6th Umbral Era. It's the take on Noah's story, of course. It's comforting to think that there have always been people who cared this much about their fellow man, who accomplished such great feats that people couldn't help thinking they must be made up. But the proof's right here, isn't it? I don't just mean the ship, you know. I mean you. Long before anyone started calling you a hero, you were there for those in need. You did things for people when you didn't have to. Sometimes even when they didn't want you to. It can't have been easy staying true to yourself, but we're all better for it. Me included. Aw, that's sweet. I'll never be a leader like Conrad. Or Hien, or my father. But I can be a friend to you all, and I can fight by your side. I can be me, and that'll just have to be enough, eh? Yeah, pretty much. That's all you can do. Strange to think back on it. If we'd been standing in different places, or if the shell had struck the tower differently, it would have been me instead of Conrad. Or maybe both of us. What kind of monster murders their own? Is that smoke from Gyr Abania? It's coming from the cannon. I can't tell what happened from here, but I can tell you that it won't be giving us any trouble in the immediate future. This is our chance, Gav, to avenge Conrad and all the others who died in the tower, friend and foe. To take Gyr Abania and bring them bastards who gave the order to fire to justice. It won't be easy after the losses we took, but I know everyone's champing at the bit to strike back. With the right plan, I'm certain we can do it. Yep. We have to tell the others. Come on! I wondering if there's some other way up there. Easier down than up, eh? Though not necessarily safer. Anyway, no time to rest. We need to convince the others to strike now, before the Imperials have time to fix their cannon. Lise is not willing to let this opportunity pass you by. I wouldn't either. There's no time to lose, Gav. General Aldine needs to know what we saw. So, here's the thing. Mamacatgamer has been a leader in a number of organizations and times and places in my life. And they're right about one thing. You can only be your own leader. You can't be... I mean, you can take inspiration from people who've come before you. You can learn, absolutely should learn, from others who've come before you, but only you can do things in your way. And sometimes you get it right, and sometimes you don't. You know, I certainly have made my share of mistakes. Fortunately, they, you know, typically weren't of any great consequence. But you have to do things your own way, because only you can, you know, everybody has their own individual personality, their own strengths, their own weaknesses. And you have to play to your strengths and try and limit your weaknesses. And those are unique to you. So, you know, don't be afraid to try things that are different from, you know, whomever is usually leading. Alfino says, well, did you learn anything of value? Yeah, we did, actually. You look like you've got something important to say. Yes, we do, actually. Monaco, I'm relieved the two of you made it back in one piece. I mean, I always am, but it's a little different now, isn't it? Hang on, guys. I got a phone call. I'll be right back. I made it back. Hello, cats and kittens. What? Again, let me make sure I got my stream still going. There we go. My hubby is out of town. Oh, thanks, sweet bunny. My hubby is out of town, and my son had to go get a car part replaced. It's like his oil pan. Oh my goodness, that sounds up. And let me make sure that's down. Sorry, guys. Oh, that's me. Gotta love technology, man. Still learning how to do the streaming thing. Alright. So he had to get an oil pan changed, and hubby was just shocked at the prices. So he was calling to talk about it, and I had to go do a little research on how much time it takes to repair an oil pan. And it turns out it's like 3 to 8 hours. So, but there are the other things I'm going to call the shop tomorrow about as a mom. And say, could you explain this charge to me? Because I'm not quite understanding it. See, like, if you go in and you, like, yell at somebody, why did you charge me this much for this? They're going to immediately, you know, get defensive, right? It's always better to say, hey, I'm kind of confused on why you got charged. Because sometimes people make mistakes, and, you know, if you bring it to their attention, they go, oh, yeah, we shouldn't have charged you for that. And they take it off, right? But if you go in there with an attitude, you know, it doesn't always work as well. There's a saying, you catch more flies with honey than vinegar, and it's very true. As somebody who's been on both sides of this customer service thing, both as, you know, a provider in a customer service capacity and a recipient, I know that when you're nicer to people, they are way more likely to help you out than if you're nasty to them. I mean, you might get stuff done the first few times when you scream at somebody, but they're never going to go out of their way to help you in the future. So, Mamacatgamer advice for you. I'll always complain nicely. You can complain persistently, but you can always do it nicely. Alright, Pippin says, so long as the Imperials hold Castrum Abania, we will not be able to march on Alamigo. Okay. We'll go back to Raban. You have returned. I only hope you bring good news. Lee says, we scaled the cliffs of Young... this is like the hardest word for me to pronounce. Yunkreps hope and spied smoke rising from Castrum Abania's main cannon. I think Marshal Terupin's right. They didn't fire again because they couldn't. The cannon seems to have been disabled somehow. Alphino says, then we must attack Castrum Abania at once. Raban says, it could still be a trick, but if it isn't, we may not get a better opportunity. Stop breaking cars. Right? Somebody had stripped the oil plug screw in place. So they jury-rigged it closed last time. And needless to say, we're not ever going to that place again. And so when they took the plug off this time to change the oil, it was like the whole pan had to be replaced because they stripped the not only the screw but the place it screws into. So there was no way to screw the cap back in and have it hold. But it was leaking oil anyway, so I suspect he had other things going on in the oil pan that had to be fixed anyway, so it was probably a good thing. Alphino says, bluntly, General, if it is a trick, it is an utterly baffling stratagem. Had the Imperials wished to wipe us out, they could have simply kept firing. Pippin says, be that as it may, we need not risk everything to seize it. I say we dispatch a small contingent to infiltrate the castrum and secure control of the weapon. If the enemy is preoccupied with repairs, we may be able to take them unawares. If, on the other hand, it is indeed a trick, our token force will prove an elusive target, and we will at least know the cannon is operational. Alphino says, either way, it seems well worth the risk, but how are we to infiltrate the castrum? Pippin says, in anticipation of a day such as this, men and women under my command have labored long to cultivate a network of informants throughout Gyr Abania, including Radiata. Radiata is home to many who hold menial positions at Castrum Abania and other nearby installations. With the aid of our allies there, I believe we can secure a route into the fortress. Lee says, the Resistance will handle this. You may have recruited these informants, but they'll be just as happy working with fellow Alamegans. And at the end of the day, it is our land, our responsibility. Let us do right by Conrad. I should be glad to accompany her, General, as would Alize and Gav, I am sure. Raban says, well then. If you are all in agreement, I see no reason to refuse you. Raban says, we will make ready to march on Castrum Abania. Go, and may Ralgar watch over and keep you. God, I can't talk right now. Alright, do they have anything else for us? Thanks for standing by me, Gav. Together we'll make Conrad proud. Monago says, I knew the Alliance had spies in Gyr Abania, but in Radiata? Impressive. Alize says, I suspect a hand-picked contingent of the Alamegan Brigade's finest would have been equally, if not more qualified, but what do I know? Alize is going to be a hell of a leader when she gets older, right? Raban said, had Elfino not volunteered you, I would have asked. If anyone can see this mission through, it's you. Thanks for volunteering me, teenager. Pippin says, perhaps you recall the night we first met outside the Sildi ruins under such unfortunate circumstances. I had just returned from a meeting with my Alamegan agents. As I said before, we have been preparing for this day. All right. Elfino says, my apologies for speaking on your behalf. It would seem my sister's forthright manner is rubbing off on me. I confess my decision to volunteer was not wholly motivated by concern for Lys, nor less Alamigo. Castrum Abania is the largest Imperial facility in the peaks, you see, and so the likelihood that Kryl is being held captive there is quite high. Dealing with that cannon remains our main objective, of course, but if there is even a chance that Kryl might be rescued in the process, I would never forgive myself if I did not take it. Alright, I don't know what to take here. Ooh, I leveled up. Yay. Level 96. Enhanced Serpent's Lineage. Oh, that's kind of nice. Okay. Alfino is ready to lead the way to Radiata. So, to review, we are to travel to Radiata, where we will meet with a contact recruited by Marshal Terupin's agents. I took the liberty of reviewing intelligence reports while Gav and Lys were away, so the settlement is not wholly unfamiliar to me. As the Vice Marshal indicated, the vast majority of the populace is employed as menial labor in either Specula Imperatoris or Castrum Abania. Perhaps as a result of this, the Resistance has long struggled to make inroads there. Minago says, aye, you have the right of it. They got a better deal than most Alamegans, feeding off what scraps the Imperials gave them. Damned if I know how Marshal Terupin's agents got one of them to turn his coat. Alvino says, I understand your disdain, I do, but I also understand their desire to look after their families by any means necessary. Our contact is a Rugidan woman. She will ask us a question after we answer with courage. She will know us as friends. Courage, right. Put together a squadron, Nago. We'll need them soon. Alfino says, with me, my friends, and be ready for anything. Okay, stay alert for Imperial soldiers on the way to Specula Imperatoris. With tired hands we toll. Alright, this is stay alert for Imperial soldiers on the way to Specula Imperatoris. Okay. Oh, I think we got a ether current quest here. Yep. Brazen Brook needs help with a rather delicate situation. Hey, you're that adventurer everybody's been talking about, aren't you? Just the man I wanted to see. You've a bit of time to spare, I hope. No, not really, but we're going to do it anyway for you. Because we help out. That's what we do. Seemed a bloody miracle we managed to take Ala Ghiri without spilling a drop of blood, but it was all thanks to one man. A man the Alliance would very much like to speak with. Getting him to come in for questioning, however, has proven more trouble than we thought. It's not my place to be dealing with this, to be honest with you, but I think it'd be best to resolve the matter quietly if possible. Things could get messy around here if the Alliance or the Resistance started kicking up a fuss. I'm like to draw attention if I leave my post, but you adventurers are free to move about as you please. So what do you say? Can you give me a hand? Sure. You adventurers are good folk. Now, I really shouldn't say much more out of here in the open. You best go and speak with him yourself. Bout's his name. He can tell you the rest. Sure. All we have to do is just kind of find him. I think he's back behind here somewhere. Lonesome lass. Oh, there's Bout. The adventurers slew Lord Van Belsar. So they've sent you to claim my head then? No. Why would we do that? Brazen Brook sent you to help? Oh, thank heavens. You see, I'm actually a centurion of the Garlean forces. Now, before you do anything rash, let me explain. When I learned of the Allied forces' approach, I knew we had no way of repelling them, so I ordered all of my men to retreat from Ala Ghiri. I then planned to turn myself in, but I ran into certain complications. I can see you're unconvinced. Tell you what, why not ask the villagers about me? When you hear what they have to say, I think you'll come to understand why I couldn't turn myself in. Okay, let's go talk to all these people. Can we get around this way, or is this like a dead end? Probably a dead end. Oh, no. We can sneak around there. Or not. Oh, but we can go that way. That's kind of cool. Little nooks and crannies in here. All these little hidey holes back here. Oh my gosh. Shadialani. Okay. Bout. The place wouldn't be the same without him, and we certainly have no intentions of sending him to be butchered by the Alliance. Why there, eh? Where'd you hear that name? I won't have anybody speaking ill of him. Unless you're looking to pick a fight, you'll keep your mouth shut. Okay. Frank. What do you want with Bout? He's not in trouble, is he? We already told the Alliance scum they can't have him. That doesn't tell me why we want to keep him alive. Just tells me people like him a lot. There you are. Now, do you see the cause for my hesitation? In light of their reaction to my being arrested, the Alliance has allowed me to remain here for the time being, but for all intents and purposes, I am a war prisoner. The villagers initially meant to keep me hidden, but harboring one's enemy is a serious crime no matter whose side you're on, and I've heard what the Alliance does to those who help the Garleans. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. My execution is assured the moment they take me into custody, but if the villagers should take arms in protest, they don't deserve such a bloody fate. Brazenbrook has made a valiant effort to assuage the people's anger, but there's only so much a man in his position can do. I know how strange this may seem, but I want you to convince the people of Ala Ghiri to allow for my surrender. Okay, that's kind of a weird way of handling things, but I get it, I think. Seeing if any of those items are something I need. Probably not. Making sure we don't have any blue quests elsewhere. Saint Sayer? Alright, I'm gonna go over there and talk to him. I don't know what that's all about, but I'm gonna go check it out, just in case. Ragnfried. Oh yeah, Ragnfried would like to introduce you to an old friend. Well, fancy yourself as our village's savior, do you? If you truly mean what you'd say, I'd mind to introduce you to someone. His name's Sayer. Used to be one of the quarry's finest workers, he did. He keeps fighting the good fight to restore Alagana to his former glory. But I do worry about the toll it must be taken on a man of his years. Have a chat with him if you're interested in helping. Well, of course we're interested in helping, because we're the Warrior of Light. We're cool like that. Thanks for coming. I'm still waiting for a few more of the villagers to arrive. The old bugger's treating us to another one of his speeches, I see. How long do you plan to continue living in abject squalor, I ask you? It's high time we brought back the quarry that once made me proud to hail from Alagana. Some of you may be too young to remember, but the quarry used to mean everything to this village. Carl says, bloody hell, what is this old codger going to stop harping on about the good old days? Time you open your eyes, you daft bugger. Hodgkin says, time's long since passed when we could sell the stone here for a decent amount of gil. It's about time you face the facts. There's no coin to be had sweating away your life in some bloody quarry. I'd be better served going out and hunting my own food. Sayer says, just hear me out. If you give up on the quarry, then you'll be giving up on the village itself. Even the hardest of rocks will break if you keep chiseling away at it. Life's the same. Sweet Love says, Grandfather, that's enough. I can tell you now that no one here would claim to be happy with their lot, but there's nothing that can be done. You remonstrating with everyone is hardly going to do any good. Sweet Love. Well, what do you bloody expect with that attitude? No one's going to work to improve things when even my own granddaughter has next to no motivation. There's a reason you don't see much quarrying going on anymore. There's no demand for it. We can get by just fine with the stones we gathered in the past and those we salvaged from ruined buildings. Prosperity doesn't lie in wait for us at the quarry, only monsters. It's about time you realize that we're lucky just to be alive these days. Come on, grandfather, let's go home. Blasted girl understands nothing. Of course everything's going to seem pointless if you're only sleepwalking through life. And who in the hells are you, anyway? I ain't doing this for your amusement. I am indeed the Sayer you speak of. Ragnfrid sent you my way, did you say? Gav, was it? So you're the lad we have to thank for saving Verkrata? I can tell you've more fire in your belly than this entire village. Perhaps you'll be able to see that I'm not as crazy as these buggers think me. We're going to end up quarrying some rock, I'm sure. Alagana owes everything to the quarry. The stones we extracted were solid and pleasing on the eye to boot. We've even supplied the stone used to build the palace. Ah, those were the days. It was the Imperial invasion that changed everything. Those bastards thought stone structures barbaric, favoring their cold, tasteless, metallic buildings instead. They say that looks civilized. Don't make me laugh. The final blow to our way of life came when Garlemald began recruiting our youth for their own army. We lost just as many to the rebel cause. With no one left to tend to the quarry, it slowly fell into ruin and is now overrun with beasts. The few of us that remain have been left to eke out a living using any means we can. I swear on Rauger's very name, if we could just take back the sleeping stones, this whole village would brim with vitality again. I just need something that proves the beasts are gone from the quarry. Then the villagers would surely see fit to help me restore it to its former glory. I know this is a lot to ask of a complete stranger, but it's not as if I'm spoiled for choice right now. Would you be able to rid the quarry of those damn monsters and bring me back 2 Eurolith soul stones? I'll forever be in your debt. Sure. Let's go on down to the quarry. I like to get these ether quests out of the way, so that when we get all of the class quests done, I don't know, is this the way to go? I don't know. Probably not. Nope, it's not. Oh well, we'll go around. When I get the MSQ stuff done, that unlocks the rest of the ether currents. You know, as soon as those are done, then I get flying immediately, which is nice. Now, your mileage may vary on that, you know. Some people like to do those things afterwards. It's a rude sued. They're kind of cool looking falls over there. Oh, okay. I guess we only have to kill these 2 things. Maybe? Okay. Now I guess we only had to kill 2 of those things. We didn't have to actually go all the way out to the marked site, so. The last forest, yeah. Last is right. Nice to see you return. It'd be even nicer if you happen to be in possession of certain stones. The core of a marble Eurolith. Yes, this is exactly what I was after. Let's waste no more time in showing them to the others. It's been far too long since the last ray of hope shone into the villagers' miserable lives. Okay. Alright, looks like we got all the blue quests done in this area. Got all those blue quests done there. I think we're gonna We're gonna port back down there to Ala Ghiri. Good blade. More mood suits. White rock. We now return you to your regularly scheduled MSQ. Lee says, I know you're out there. Ellie says, keep an eye out, would you? Something doesn't feel right. Alfino says, if there were Magitech armor nearby, surely we would have heard them by now. I was wondering when he was going to start surveying. See, what did I tell you? Let us continue on to speculate, Imperatorus. Sure. You wish to enter? Yep. Yep. It sounds like danger music. Oop. Drank one too many of those. Didn't realize I didn't need to. Aha! I see bad guys. Ooh. Gav says, nope, we're gonna go for overkill on that one. Hit you with the last skill there. The Viper animations are a lot of fun. Oh. Lisa's hopping around there. Probably means trouble. Elisa says, whew. That would have been an unceremonious ending to our tale. Heh, nothing to it, she says. Alfino says, of course there were still soldiers lurking about. Unfortunately, they were no match for Lise. Come, Radiata is not much further. Of course, in light of our recent encounter, it would be prudent to proceed with caution and remain vigilant for Imperial forces. Yeah, probably. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. Ooh, Circle of Death? That's what they call that? Alright, keep going. Well, that's nothing if not descriptive. Circle of Death. I like it. Oh, look, giraffes. Alfino says, nary a soldier in sight. Perhaps they were recalled to Castrum Abania. Alize says, I thought they said this was a village. It looks more like a work camp. He says, looks like it's safe to enter. I don't see any Imperials. I don't see smoke above Gyr Abania anymore. Do you think they fixed the cannon already? The Rugadan woman you seek is somewhere in Radiata, and Lisa's eager to find her. Alphino said we were looking for a Rugadan woman, right? And that we should answer her question with, quote, courage, unquote? I suppose we'll just have to strike up a conversation with every one of them until we find her contact. Let me know if you find her, and I'll do the same. Leaping doe. Is Lise finding anything? Any luck? No? Me neither. Well, I haven't talked to anybody yet, Lise. Wonder what he's got here. Level 68 stuff. What do I need for my next mission? Anything level 68? Nope, I think it's all level 70 now. Now let's see if I gotta repair anything. Nope. Young Hellsguard. Ain't seen you around before. Takes a certain kind of man to walk into a place like this uninvited. You say, I will go whither the wild rose blooms, or one with courage, I suppose, or times are tough, but so am I. Courage, you say? Well, that's in short supply these days. Better to keep your head down and go along to survive. Call me a coward too if you like, because I'll not speak more on it more. At least not here. Outside Radiata. Behind those barricades over yonder, on the other hand. Hey! Was that who I think it was? Well, that's a relief, or a trap. Either way, I'll find Alphino and Alzize. We'll meet you there. Not followed, were you? Good. Just my buddies coming. That's all of you, is it? Let's get to it, then. Name yourselves. Alphino says, we have the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, friends of Marshal Terupin. Name's Stark Woad. The rest you know, or we wouldn't be here. This is about Specula Imperatoris and the cannon, isn't it? Alphino says, just so. Can you tell us what happened? Starkwood says, I overheard soldiers talking while working in the mess. The cerulean pipeline fueling the cannon was destroyed by an unidentified male insurgent, they said. Alphino says, one man single-handedly disabled the cannon? That beggars belief. She says, nevertheless, that's what they said. Took a while, but they finally put the fires out, and the engineers have been working day and night to repair it. Wish I could tell you more, but the incident had everybody jumping at shadows and afraid to say much more. To make matters worse, the Alamegan help have been sent home indefinitely. Lisa, so the cannon could already be fully operational. We need to sneak inside Gyr Abania to ensure the cannon is no longer a threat to our troops. Can you help us? She says, aye, that much I can do. I've pieced together a map of the interior over the years, and I know for a fact that there are multiple points of entry. Alphino says, impressive. If we split into several groups, that may improve our odds of reaching the fire control center. We may be few in number, but I have faith that we can see this through. Alright. Does she have anything else for us? I tell you, some of these resistance folk can't see the forest for the trees. Ambushing the occasional Imperial patrol won't change a damn thing. Infiltrating their castrums and learning their secrets, on the other hand. Lise says, it's thanks to brave men and women like her that we still have a chance to win this war. Alize says, it's good to see that even this deep within occupied territory, there are still those who would defy their oppressors. Let's see what these look like. Okay, sometimes they have great outfits and sometimes they have these butt ugly things. That one's not too bad. As usual, Alfino has a brilliant plan. Because of course, he's Alfino. We have that for which we came. All that remains is to make our preparations. Lise and her unit will make for our primary objective, the fire control center. At the same time, we will enter the castrum by way of the ventilation ducts, whereupon we will proceed into weapons research and create a diversion. If all goes to plan, our parties will subsequently converge, and together we will secure the cannon before finally notifying the Alliance that they are clear to attack. Lise says, sounds simple enough. I'll go and brief Nago on the details. Starkwood says, the rest of you come with me. We'll need to deal with the Magitech patrols before you can infiltrate the castrum. Okay, and now we have another blue quest that just popped up. So, we're going to take care of that one real quick. Hopefully it's just as quick as the others. Ponderous Porter. The Ponderous Porter appears to have a request for you. You're not from around here, are you? You'll never see an Alamegan strike up a conversation with a Radiata resident. Seeing as we're already talking, I have a job that's just right for an outsider like you. Talk with the girl behind that building over there. She'll give you all the details. She's a bit testy, mind you. Testy trader. About bloody time. Here, take the supply crate and trade it with the merchant in Ala Ghiri for food. He's usually lurking in an alley somewhere. Shifty bastard. You'll know him when you see him. Do not tell him a Radiata native sent you. There'll be no grub for us if you do. Take the Imperial supply crate to the Highlander merchant. Alright. Let's go back there. The Highlander merchant? Where is the dude? Is he outside? No, it looks like he's inside somewhere. Oh, lordy. He's probably behind one of these buildings back here. Oh, there he is. Yep, hiding out. You want to trade, you show me the goods first, then we'll make your deal. A supply crate marked with Imperial insignias. Its contents are a mystery. Gods, these are military issue Mark 43 sedatives. I had to think about my Roman numerals for a moment there. High quality stuff. Someone snatched a batch a while ago, but you wouldn't believe how quickly Imperial medicines sell. Folks are always on edge around here, you see, never knowing when the Empire might decide to launch an assault. Some get so worked up that they can scarcely sleep without a little alchemical encouragement. How much do you want for them? I'm a bit curious how you came by the stash, but I'll take it off your hands all the same. Food? That's it? Just food? All right, well, here's a sack full of sorted edibles. Nice doing business with you. Deliver the sack of foodstuffs to the testy trader. Alright, now we gotta drive all over the place again. Let's go on back up. So if you're on level with this area, remember that you can go behind these monsters, and if you're outside of their line of sight, you usually can avoid aggroing them, even if you're like literally right behind them. Okay? Because if they don't see you, they're not going to attack you. Unfortunately, I'm 96 in a level 68-ish area, so they're not going to attack me because I'm 11 levels higher. Or more than 11 levels. That's the cutoff. If you got to be 11 levels or higher than whatever the thing is that you don't want attacking you. I think I can go out this way, maybe? Yeah, okay. These griffins, they did a nice job on making these griffins. They really look cool. That giraffe just looks like its shoulders gotta hurt, man. It was painful. Alright, testy trader. Time to talk. Did you get the food? Tell me you got the food. A sack filled with a variety of wrapped meats and vegetables. Oh, praise the heavens! And praise you too, stranger. This will be the first proper meal we've had in days. Go back and speak with my large friend if you would. I'd wager he'd like to show his thanks as well. Does she have anything else for us? Did you speak with my friend yet? I'm sure he'd like to thank you too. Surprised to see us trading in Imperial supplies. My quick-fingered friend once worked in a storeroom in Gyr Abania and swiped those sedatives before she left. This settlement's full of those as used to labor for the Imperial Army. The folk in Ala Ghiri may have traded with the Empire, but even they spit on Radiatans. The Army's whipped curs, they call us. That's why we needed you to make the deal. If one of us dared to set foot in that town, they'd chase us out with a hail of stones, or worse. But now we can eat our fill, get our strength back, and try to move on. Kind-hearted heroes like you are godsend. Aw. "192 yalms to the southwest is our other ether current. I'm betting it's not too far from here. Oh, yep, there it is, right there. $1,217 yalms to the north? Jesus, you gotta be kidding me. Like way up by Ala Ghiri. I ain't going up there right now. It's too far to run all over to this place to get back here. Jeez. Alright. Back to our MSQ. I think we got all the blue quests taken care of. Oh, nice. My reawaken just procced. Oh, another destination. Oh, let's go kill something else. We got 15 more seconds of this. I got 2 slices of Jamil haunch. Alvino says quickly and quietly so as not to raise the alarm. Here's hoping there aren't too many for us to handle. Starkwood's almost there, friends. Your point of entry is just around the bend, up ahead. The last patrol should be here any moment. Once you've dealt with them, we'll be clear to advance, assuming they keep to their usual schedule. Might be prudent to stand watch for a moment after, just in case. Does she have anything else? Lead the way and deal with the last patrol, if you would. We'll hold here and watch for soldiers coming from the west. Okay. By Rauger, I knew you lot were good, but I never expected you to defeat them so swiftly. Alfino says, Gav is the finest warrior I know, and I should like to think we have learned something from our time in his company. Now, where's the entrance to the ducks? Right behind you. I've mapped the branches, so you should have no trouble reaching the hangars or any number of other places. Alvino says, understood. Thank you again for your invaluable assistance. As discussed, Gav, we shall infiltrate the castrum and cause as much chaos as possible. This will draw the Imperials away from Lys and her men, thereby allowing them to safely reach the fire control center. Starkwood says, if there's nothing else, I'll return to the resistance forces and show them to their entrance. May Rauger guide you to victory. So, like, you would not discuss your battle plans in front of somebody you just met? Who might be a double agent? But, again, it's Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy. This is your last chance to make your preparations, Gav. When you and yours are ready, we shall begin. Gyr Abania now accessible. Alright. Alize and Alfino say it won't be long before someone realizes their armor is missing. We have to hurry. Alfino says the Alliance is counting on us to deal with that cannon. Failure is not an option. That's a reference to the gentleman who was in charge of the control team for Apollo 13. And when things went horribly wrong on Apollo 13, when they were orbiting the moon, this guy said failure is not an option. And they brought the guys home. So it's if you can ever get a chance to watch that movie, it's fantastic. Fantastic movie. All right, I'm going to take a quick bio break. Grab something to drink, because I'm thirsty. And I shall return. And we are back. Enter Gyr Abania with a party of NPCs. Yep. I'm going to eat some more food. So we have a gladiator resistant fighter, Alfino and Alize. I like to do this first one with NPCs because then I get to see everything and I can take my time. I can go. Let's watch the cutscene. A nice thing about doing this with the NPCs is you have the opportunity to like go look at stuff you can't ever do when you're doing a duty roulette. So I can do things like stare down at the floor here. Yeah. Had to remind the chillins I was streaming. You'll find most tanks will actually, pull as much as they can. I'm gonna kill the signifier, because that's a spellcaster.
Away with you!
Well, we're up at our first boss. Looks like we have turrets off to the side too, so I imagine we'll get some attacks from there. Ah, I'm frozen. Oh, I looked out there.
I have my pride.
I'm glad you have your pride, Alfino.
It's all over now. You shall fall soon enough.
Terrestrial weaponry is no longer sealed. Alright, good. Good, we're making progress. Alright, the goal here is to kill these Magitech pods ASAP. The more you kill them, the fewer enemies come out of them. Sometimes they have treasure chest off to those sides, so I was taking a quick look there. Not like they do here, okay? Probably shouldn't have stood in that.
You shall fall soon enough.
Ooh, we got lightning shards. Nice. Oh wait, there's more of them. Oh gosh, gotta get these pods. Alright, let's go pick up our treasure. Got Zenobian Paladin's earrings. Subject number 24. Really?
Let's give them a show.
Who's using my LB? I would say you stole my LB. Okay, we gotta go stand in this, I think. Oh, let's get out of that. Actually, though, let's just stay there. I hit feint to take less damage. Yeah, you don't want to overlap those, so it's a good idea to
Pride.
So we gotta stay. We don't want to overlap this, so. Since these ranged people are standing in melee range instead of moving out a little bit. Ah! I couldn't get out of the way in time. Alright, let's go try again. Next time I'll know which way to move. Elemental overload.
You shall fall soon enough. It's all over now.
Ah, much better. See how well that works when you don't stack on top of each other with those circles. Much better. Y'all should learn something from this, Alfino, Alize, and my lovely tank. Don't overlap the circles. It's like crossing the streams. Don't cross the streams.
You shall fall soon enough.
But wait, there's more.
I have my pride.
All right. We made it. Lots of monorail. With a bad guy. An ugly bad guy. An ugly bad guy with bad breath. Ah, there we go. Yeah, you want to move that red circle out of the group if you get that on you. Alfino was very accommodating there. Now we want to come behind here. His left arm is growing in strength.
You shall fall soon enough. You shall fall soon enough.
We gotta kill that guy before he charges it up. Usually he's dead before that ad comes out. There we go. All right, we did it. Yeah. Joy. Got the irregular joy. Oh, wait, I gotta see that closer. Makes me happy. Do they have anything to say to us? I wonder how Lise fares. I'm only just limbering up. Lise. So Lise, or so Alfie. Alize. God, I can't talk right now. Oh, I got a lot of goodies there. Oh, I got an Alienus Orchestrion roll. Nice. A Schlager. Any stickers for that? No, because I don't have anything above level 60. Okay. Probably have a cutscene.
Understood. We're on our way. Lys's unit should be advancing upon the fire control center in the command tower. Let us join them. Lys! Thank the 12 you're all right.
And you. There's the control center. Let's hit them hard and fast. Ready?
Ready.
They're here!
It was you, wasn't it? Wasn't it?
I gave the order to fire.
It was over. The skulls had surrendered. No one else had to die. And you killed them. Your own people. Your own comrades.
You're right. I killed them. Ansfrid, Rudolph, Emlyn, all the rest. Trained and fought with every last one of them. Good soldiers to a man. I gave the order that led to their deaths. And I knew exactly what I was doing.
But why? Why would you do that?
They died so that all Ala Ghirans could live free. That was all we ever wanted. We made a promise that we would do whatever it took, so that one day the Imperials would learn to accept us. But everything comes at a price. And if you haven't got the means to pay, then you pay with blood. Service guarantees citizenship, but citizenship guarantees naught. It's not enough to do your part, oh no. You have to run faster, fight harder, kill more and more and more, and only then will you be equal. That's just how it is out here in the provinces. You buy your freedom with blood. There is no other way.
Shut up! Shut your mouth! You don't get to talk about freedom. You killed your own. They trusted you, and you killed them. Murderer! Butcher! Traitor!
Lys! Gotcha!
Uh-oh. No!
I know what you can do. I've already seen it.
Alize!
Even so, the odds are against me.
Coward! Get back here!
Hero! Lord Zenos invites you to join him for the royal hunt, to be hosted at the palace. You may bring your horde, if you like. All are welcome.
Oh.
She'll be all right, but we'll need to carry her. Will you help me?
No, I'm gonna let her lie there. Come on. Of course I'm gonna help.
Thank you. Lise, I leave matters here in your hands.
Right.
Okay, where the heck are we? Raban says, well done, that thrice damned cannon won't be troubling us again. I'm told one of your comrades was injured during the operation. If there is aught we can do to help, pray, do not hesitate to ask. Right. Very good, we made it through. Well, we did it. Gyr Abania belongs to us now. Nago and her people took Alize to Radiata to receive treatment. Elfino tells me she'll make a full recovery. I know I should be happy. We won, with minimal casualties. But somehow, it feels empty. Excuse me. We should report to General Aldine. Cryo wasn't here, but who knows? Maybe one of Rauban's men found something that could lead us to her. Can't hurt to ask, anyway. Maybe we should speak with General Aldine, just in case his men learned something about Cryo. Rauban wishes to thank you for your service. Let's see how these look. They're not much better. That was actually kind of looks sort of okay. I don't know. None of those look good. Gaff. Commander Hext, fine work you did today. After Specula Imperatoris, we needed a resounding victory like this. Thanks to you, Raugur's star yet burns bright. Lise says, I'm glad, I really am, but you should know that Alize was injured in the fighting. Regrettable, but I am pleased to hear that she will make a full recovery. For Dola's parting words, on the other hand, ring less favorably in my ears. But if Zenos wishes to invite us to his so-called royal hunt, then this bull would fain accept. What troubles you, Lise? It's nothing really, just that we're almost to the end, but we still got to save Cryo and do so much more. We'll find her soon enough. Pippin has his best men scouring the Castrum's archives as we speak. Listen, Lise, it will take time for us to fully occupy the Castrum and prepare to advance into the locks. While we wait, there is something I would like to show you, both of you. After all, this may be the last chance we have to catch our breath before the final push. I don't see why not. And come with me to Radiata. From there, we'll need to follow another road south. I wonder if I can go in yet. Nope, not yet. Okay, where did Raban go? Oh, gosh, okay. Gotta drive over there. Highland Iruka. Yet another bug. You discover a new location. At least I don't think I know this village. It's so small. Gibbon says, "Oh, an adventurer with nothing to offer, but you're free to rest here as long as you like. Tell me about yourself." "Name's Gibbon. I'm just a simple man living in a simple village. I was an army man back in the day. What a time to be alive that was. No matter how good a soldier you were, though, there's no fighting against time. Eventually I retired from my post and returned home. Since then, it's been nothing but tilling what little soil we have from sunup to sunset." "What kind of place is this? This village? Or at least what's left of it is Cold Hearth. If you ask me, it's a bloody miracle anything grows up here. We managed to harvest a bit to eat, a bit to trade. Most of what we have come from the few young'uns what left to join the resistance. They use their wages to support us best they can. Once those damn Garleans came, anyone who hadn't already left was conscripted. It's mostly only children and us old folks here now. Things don't change soon. Cold Hearth may not be around in a few years." Okay. Ragan here. "Raban was the one that led the armies to free Ala Ghiri? My, he's grown to be quite the soldier, hasn't he?" Yes, he has. Pepin. "Ma said all the Garlean people ran away. Pa will be so happy when he comes home. He's been gone an awfully long time, though. I hope he's okay." Sagar says, "I'm afraid we've nothing to offer you, sir. Barely anything grows here, and most of our able-bodied men and women either fled or were conscripted. I reckon this place only has a few years left." Let's repair items. I think we got a long-ish cutscene coming up. Even after all these years, it's still the same. Oh, but I'm getting ahead of myself. You deserve a proper welcome. Let's see what these look like. I'm not a big fan of open-toed boots. Okay, we'll go with that one because it's closed-toed. Raban would share with you a story. Yeah, Vlies. Brought you both here for a reason. Uh-oh, got another blue quest here.
I wanted to show you this house. My house.
You mean this is where you grew up?
Aye. Not much to look at, is it? Same could be said of the village. It was damn near impossible to live off the land, barren as it was. Which is why so many of us traded our plowshares for swords. Swords and uniforms, mind. We became military men. Tensions were rising between Ala Ghiri and the Empire, and there was always a need for more soldiers to watch the border. It was only a matter of time before the first skirmishes broke out. It's a frightening thing to face Magitech armor for the first time. But after a lot of trial and error, we found ways to bring them down. After a few victories, people even said I had a knack for it. And then one day they hit us. Hard. I was wounded and sent home to recover. Back here.
Will you remain silent for fear of the Mad King's vengeance? Of his eyes and ears in the shadows and his knives in the dark? You, who call this living dishonor our nation. It is but a slow death. Liberty or death? Liberty or death? If this be your creed, then raise up your hands, raise up your voices! Together we will tear Theodoric from the throne! Together we will reclaim our freedom! Send you home to men, did they?
Aye, sir. Garlean's got the better of us. The chirurgeons say I'm healing well, so it won't be long now.
Liberty or death, is it? Tell me, soldier, what do you think those words mean?
We must needs be willing to die for liberty.
Spoken like a true patriot. But liberty should not be the end in of itself. Liberty is a chance to build something better. A stronger, more prosperous home for our people. It's not quick or easy work. And it is never truly finished. But if you neglect it, then sooner or later, you look up to find you've traded one tyrant for another.
Well, sir, I've never asked for much. Never wanted to live like a king, just wish it were a little bit easier is all. For me and everyone else. And I'm willing to die for that, if that's what it takes.
Dying is easy, soldier. Living is harder. Rest, mend. Regain your strength. You'll need it in the days to come. And mayhap one day we will need it too.
Conrad chose you as his successor, Lise, and I will not gainsay his decision. I have but one question to ask. Liberty or death? Those were Curtis's words and his creed. Will you swear by your father's creed before your comrades and the gods?
Liberty or death. That's all you can hope for in war. Father understood that. And you want to know if I do too. I swear to you, here and now, I will fight until the end. Be it liberty or be it death. But the freedom we win must be for every Ala Ghiri, even ones like Fordola, though they may hate us, and the Ananta, though they may fear us. We'll fight, and we'll talk, and we'll find a way to make it work for all of us. Compared to all that, retaking our home will seem like the easy part.
A good oath. And there is naught else to say. You are indeed your father's daughter.
Did you notice the guy who was standing next to Rauban when there were three of them talking to Curtis? That was Ilberd. Who obviously took that oath a little bit differently. Liberty or death? Has it really been 20 years since he wrote those words? Sagar. An important individual is yet to visit Coldhearth, and Sagar is growing concerned. You're one of those adventurers, aren't you? Travel this way and that, always helping folks? Well, I believe I speak for all of us here when we say we need your help. In case you've noticed, we don't have much. The only reason we get by is a merchant who comes and sells us supplies. I say sell, but it's so cheap he might as well give it away. Trouble is, without so much as word, he suddenly stopped coming. I'd go and search for him myself, but anyone who could have kept watch while I'm gone has been conscripted by those damn Imperials. Would you try asking around at Radiata, and if anyone's seen him? He always talked about going there, so I figured it'd be a good place to start. Okay, well, let's see what else Raban has for us before we head off to Radiata. Even a blind man could see that Lise wasn't herself. Not that I don't understand. To be thrust in a position of authority under such circumstances, to be made responsible for the lives of so many, it isn't easy. And when you see your friend get cut down before your eyes, it only gets harder. I'll wager she thought Alize was dead for a moment back there. 'Tis one thing to risk your life for a cause, but to risk that of another is a burden no soldier is ever truly ready to shoulder. The fear, the guilt, it weighs on her. And that's good. It'll make her a better commander. But first she needs to learn to carry it, to not let it break her, to remember that some causes are worth fighting for. Liberty or death. Her father's words gave me strength once. Maybe they'll do the same for her now. Right then, I think I've said enough. The two of you can head back. I mean to stay a little longer. I understand he's been away for a long time and he probably wants to be alone for a while. Let's head back to Radiata. Okay, that's good. We gotta head that way anyway. Wait, am I the only one who feels like I'm being watched? I don't know if it's Imperials or bandits, but I know there's more than one of them. Let's split up. You head northwest and I'll head northeast. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. Suspicious youth. 7 hells, he's seen us. Sod it. Dead's as good as alive to the Imperials. They attacked you too, didn't they? I had no choice. They're Ala Ghiri, not even conscripts by the look of them. Barely adults. In fact, some of their faces look familiar. Wait, I remember. They're from Radiata. They must have seen us when we came looking for Stark. They probably thought the Imperials would reward them if they captured or killed... Oh, gods, Alize and Alphino could be in danger too. We've got to get back to Radiata and find Nago. Oh. Coldhearth. Why would anyone sell their wares in that ghost town? A merchant traveling to Coldhearth? Wait, that's the guy in league with the Imperials, isn't he? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, I've heard of him. His name's Frank. Some folks say he's doing those people a favor, but I think he's up to something. Oh, we've seen Frank in Ala Ghiri. Manago? What's all this about? You two look ready for a fight. We were ambushed by villagers outside of Radiata. Thought they might try to attack you too. Are you alright? Aye, we're fine. The twins are at Stark's. Alize was asleep last I checked. I'm sorry, did you say you were ambushed by villagers? Not soldiers? Did they not see what we just did to Gyr Abania? God's damn fools. Lise, Gav, we overheard you talking. The ones that attacked you, they were young, like less than 20 summers? I thought so. It's always the young ones, the ones who have only ever known the occupation. They're the ones you've got to look out for. See, the only decent work to be found in Radiata is for the Imperials, and everyone knows it. Children grow up knowing it. They have it pounded into their skulls that the best way they can hope for is to serve an Imperial officer. Nago says, bloody fools! After everything they've seen us accomplish, they ought to be begging to fight for the Resistance, not against us. They've been living in the shadow of a castrum their whole lives. A few victories won't change that. You get some who can't wait to spit in a soldier's eye, but they get beaten for their trouble or worse. Manago says, even so, Stark says, and the ones that don't fight back but refuse to beg, well, they just starve. Beat the dog that bites his master's hand and ignore the dog that refuses to do his bidding, see? In the end, the ones that learn to abide are the ones that survive. Now, you may say that's all about to change, and I believe you. Many here do. But a young man or woman who grew up only knowing what he knows has got every reason to doubt. Remember that. Do what you have to, if it comes to that, but remember that. Alfino says, the sooner we liberate Alamigo and bring an end to the occupation, the better. Only then can we show these youths that things do not have to be this way. He says, only then will they know what it means to live free. We're going to build a new home for ourselves, together. A better home than they've ever known. All right, yeah. And Manago says, I'll never get used to it killing my own countrymen. In the heat of battle, it's either you or them, but after, when you've had time to think about what you've done, ugh. Stark says, I can imagine how you must feel, but I want you to know that many of us here are grateful for what you did at Gyr Abania. Alfino says, Alize will make a full recovery, but I doubt she will be well enough to take to the field again before this is over. Yeah, those don't look too bad. Could be better. Alright. Lise has a proposal. The Lady in Red. There's a song from, I think, the 80s or 90s, Lady in Red. Can't remember who sings it anymore. Lise says, I've been thinking if Alize needs more time to heal, maybe we should move her to Ralgir's Reach. She can receive much better care there, after all. Our infirmary is probably the best place for her, short of sending her to Gridania. Alfino says, indeed, and given what Mistress Woad has told us, I would rather she did not remain here. Lise says, then it's settled. Nago, go and see about getting us a carriage and an escort. Alfino, you should get your sister ready for the journey. Gav, would you mind going on ahead and telling Orella that we're on our way? I want a bed waiting for Alize when she arrives. Thanks. Okay, well, we need to search for Frank at Ala Ghiri first. So let's finish that off. I want to get that done. Does Lise have anything else? Must seem strange seeing me doling out orders, but not half as strange as it feels to do it, let me tell you. Wood says they'll learn what it means to live free. We'll teach them together. All right, let's go to Ala Ghiri. All right, I don't remember where Frank was. Fine species. Can I rightly say I've ever seen any finer? He wasn't out here. There he is. Hey, Frank. They're asking about me at Cold Hearth? I'd love to help, but the situation's gotten complicated. You see, the reason I was selling to them so cheap is because someone else was footing the bill. Some Imperial soldier said he grew up there. He went to the Garleans willingly, if you can believe it. I made him a watchman at one of their labor camps, and he's been funneling all his pay to me. Granted, I keep peddling my goods at Cold Hearth. Afraid his friends and family would refuse his gifts after turning his back on them. He got the smart idea of sending me up there, selling whatever they need for next to nothing. The thing is, he hasn't contacted me in days. A shame, too. On my next trip, I was supposed to deliver this bottle of Eric. It's hard to come by nowadays, but he paid me good money to find it. Would you mind taking it there for me? As for this conversation, I'll leave it up to you whether or not you tell anyone. All things considered, I think he might have wanted someone to know. Okay. Now we gotta go over there. Not sure we can get up there this way, unfortunately. Unless they've given us a way back up. And I don't know that they have. Well, you know what? Let me go around. See if Lise had put anything. I seem to remember some kind of rope being set up here or something like that. That would make our trip a heck of a lot shorter. Nope. You can go down, but you can't go up. Kungamato? They're like mini dragonflies. Well, not mini. They're maxi dragonflies. That's what they are. Yep, let's go. Did you find any sign of the merchant? He was paid to come here by an Imperial turncoat? They worked at a labor camp. No, it can't be. Bottle of Eric? My son said... He said someday we'd... Oh, it was his son. Never mind about the merchant. Here, it's not much, but you deserve it. Thank you for this. Oh, that's sad. Alright, let's go up to Ala Ghiri and figure out if we can find this ether current somewhere. Alright, 82 yalms to the east. Alright. Up there! Okay. I'm gonna figure out how to get up there. It's up top here. Oh, nice. That's what we needed to do. Okay. I'm gonna go to Rauger's Reach. We have attuned. I'm always happy when I attune to the region. It's nice to be able to, very nice to be able to fly again. Of course, then we're going to go into the locks, where we will yet again be stuck on foot. Well, let's see how Alize is doing. Orella? Hmm? Do you require assistance? Very well. We will make ready to receive the patient at once. Give me a hand, would you? There, all crisp and freshly laundered. We're here. Is everything in order? Right. We're bringing her in. Alize says, honestly, Alfino, you needn't have gone to all this trouble. Alfino says, what can I say? It seemed a good way to discourage you from limping off to battle when my back was turned. Listen to Orella, please. You need your rest. I know. Any news of Kryl? She'll be cross if you make her wait too long, as will I. Ha! A chilling prospect indeed. I'll find her, sister. And I'll fight twice as hard for the both of us. Lise says, they're good together when they're not at each other's throats. Like, you know, like true siblings, right? I miss that feeling. Gev, I have a favor to ask. Would you mind waiting outside for me? I won't be a moment. She's remarkably cheery there. Oh, let's see if they have anything else to say. Alvino says, we'll find Kryl and bring her home. After all, I need her to tell you to stay in bed. Alize says, I should have been there with you to the end. If only I hadn't been so reckless. Well, you know, you weren't expecting Fordola to be, like, turned into Zenos, warrior princess there. Whoa.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. Well, what do you think? I know it's a bit old-fashioned, but in a traditional sort of way, Ida wore it whenever she could. Not that I'm pretending to be her or anything. Not again. It's just... if this is the last battle we fight to free Ala Ghiri, then she ought to be a part of it.
It's not quite your style.
Oh, I know, right? All these stupid frills everywhere. Anyway, the real reason I asked you here was to sneak in a warm-up before the final battle. There's this place I know where monks used to spar as part of their training. Care to join me?
What you see in the trailer, in the battle. Nice. Maybe we got a little carried away, but you have to admit that was fun. Thank you, Gav. You're the best kind of friend, the kind that's not afraid to knock some sense into you. All right. Lisa's feeling relaxed and refreshed. Now that Alize's settled in, it's time to rejoin the fight. Though, actually, maybe you and Alfino should go on ahead without me. I need to talk strategy with the officers. And that might take a while. This is the first time I've visited Rauger's Reach since taking over from Conrad, so we have a few things to discuss. Don't worry, I won't be far behind. Hey, speak with Alfino. You have anything new? Nope. Ah, there you are. What was it that Lise wanted of you? She wanted to have a big-ass battle. That's what. A sparring match on the Destroyer's very palm. I would have liked to have seen that. But she is right. We have lingered here long enough. I'm ready to depart when you are. Alize says, take care, you two. Don't do anything I wouldn't. Alfino says, and you had better not rise from that bed until you are given express permission to do so. Urianger will be paying you a visit soon, and he is already worried enough as it is. We have a long road ahead of us. Lead the way, Gav. Alright, meet with Pippin at Castrum Abania. Alright. I am so glad we unlocked flying. We don't have to ride over again. Okay. Is there a little pathway down there? No, not really. Okay. Mount Yorn. Pippin! You are returned. How fares your sister, Alphino? Alphino says, her rapier wit remains undulled, for better or for worse. Have there been any developments in our absence? Pippin says, I am proud to say that Castrum Abania is now wholly under our control. At present, we are taking stock of the enemy's supplies and redistributing them amongst our men. Also, while sifting through the officer's documents, we learned that a unit of skulls under Fordola's command passed through the castrum en route to the capital, with a single prisoner in their custody. Cryo! It has to be her, says Alphino. Pippin says, in all likelihood, yes. You will be glad to hear that the tunnel leading to the locks has been secured by our soldiers, and is now safe for travel. And one final piece of good news, reinforcements from all 4 Alliance nations have arrived and joined the main host, which has established a new base of operations within the locks. Commander Hext should be arriving soon, yes? When she does, we will call a meeting to discuss the final stage of Rauger's Beacon. Sorry for keeping you all waiting. Alphino says, an Ala Ghiri folk dress. How very fitting. And well-fitting, I might add. Alphino, you're growing up? I wanted to do something for Ida. And myself. This is it. The last push. We're coming, Cryo. All right.
I remember my father's words, how they rang in my ears as we left Castrum Abania behind and looked out over the locks before us. Comrades brave and true, they had come from all across Eorzea to stand with us, to stand against oppression and tyranny. 20 years the Empire had ruled us, but no longer. Liberty or death. Liberty or death.
Ere we begin, I would say to you as a proud son of Alamigo that I am grateful to each and every one of you for your part in this endeavor. Now, to the heart of the matter. The enemy appears content to remain within the city walls and await the inevitable siege. Open conflict has been sporadic thus far. Whether Zenos is biding his time until reinforcements arrive, or attempting to bait us into a trap, none can say. We know better than to trust his word.
Regardless, we can ill afford to present Garlemald with a chance to ready her legions. It would be in our best interest to press for a swift resolution.
A long siege wouldn't be good for the people in the city either. If food becomes scarce, you know who'll starve first.
Just so. Therefore, I propose we commit our forces to an all-out assault. What say you? 'Twould seem we are of one mind. Then let us proceed to the how of it. The immortal flames will form the vanguard, supported by the archers and the conjurers of the Order of the Twin Adder, under the Elder Seedseer's command. Once the main host has cleared a path to the walls, we will bring forward the artillery of the Maelstrom and the Temple Knights. I would have your cannons pound the gates and punch a hole right through the middle of their defenses.
What about the resistance?
Your part will be to occupy the residential district and keep civilians out of harm's way. The people are more like to trust their own.
That makes sense.
Of course. You can count on us.
Remember that there is a second entrance to the city proper there. If all goes to plan, we will have secured 2 points of entry. Once both objectives are complete, we press on into the city, surround the palace, and hunt down Zenos. As for the Scions, you will be held in reserve as an irregular unit until we have more intelligence on your captured comrade. Kryle's rescue will be your primary concern, but I dare say we'll find a use for you once her freedom has been secured.
Thank you, General. I pray we find her quickly.
Yep. We want her back.
Ralga's beacon nears its end. Soon, my friends, Alamigo will be ours once more.
All right. I am going to go get this Aetheryte unlocked before we do anything else. Just, I don't want to have to run back here again. I got my my Loporrit umbrella here. Somebody very kindly was doing the cosmic exploration, and I guess they won a whole bunch of these umbrellas, right? So they very nicely donated them to the FC, and I and Gabtia ended up with one of them. Here, grab the Chocobo Keep. Oh, what can we purchase here? Level 68 stuff. Okay. I was wondering if we'd be able to get level 70, but nope. Alright, we are gonna complete this quest. Cybele says, the smell of saltwater in the air here reminds me of home. I find it quite comforting. That's kind of cool. Monago says, most of the Alamegans in the residential district are On, so I doubt we'll have to deal with many Imperial sympathizers. On means slaves. Okay. Let's see, lowest caste in the Empire. Cutter built those walls to give shelter to his brothers and sisters, and now our people's freedom rests on us tearing them down. Elfino says, the stage is set, and the players are assembled. Eorzea's come at last to drive the invaders from her lands. What would Grandfather say if he were here with us today? Oh, we'll take that one. Alright, Alfino remains concerned for his dear friend. For all our other accomplishments, Cryo remains in the hands of our enemy, and I find myself wondering if I could have done more. Though we know now that she was taken to the city, we have found nothing which might tell us where she is being held. You know, you could just ask me, says Thancred. Thancred, what have you learned? I shall spare you the particulars of my infiltration and simply state that I have seen her with my own eyes. She is being held within the residential district just south of the city proper. I tracked her to the ruins of an old temple of the Fist of Raugr, within which the Imperials have constructed a research facility. A research facility? What manner of research? Why, methods to imbue Garleans with the power to manipulate ether, in pursuit of which goal their scientists have, I am sorry to report, performed many questionable experiments on living subjects. What? Calm down, Alfino. We've already been tasked with securing the Ala Ghiri quarter. This just gives us a reason to do it faster. Thancred said, I entered and exited the facility by stowing aboard Imperial transports, but that method is not suitable for a larger force. And it goes without saying that a direct assault on the rather substantial main gates would be ill-advised. Minago says, I think I know someone who can help. One of my men. He had an idea about how to get into the city. Actually, it might be best if I let him explain it himself. Cynical youth. It's been a while. I'll not take offense if you don't remember. Might even be glad of it. Ala Ghiri, am I right? Aye. Wiskar's the name. I was raised in the peaks, but my mum grew up in the city. Any road. I reckon we can get inside the Ala Ghiri quarter by way of Loch Seld. What? How? It was a story my mum told us. What made me think of it? She was always going on about what life was like when she was a girl. See? How they used to have to boil the water from the well before they could drink it since it was full of salt. They were drawing salt water from the lochs, which means there must be an underwater tunnel or something. Aye, that's it, but it won't be as simple as going for a swim. The well was closed, see? Apparently Theodoric decided one day he wanted to control the water supply and forbade water trading, so even if you come up through it, you'll find yourself on the wrong side of a locked gate. At the time, my grandfather, being an enterprising sort, befriended a guard and lifted the key from his belt. He made a copy and carried on selling water until the Imperials invaded, and he ended up working at the saltery. Thancred says, in short, we need your grandfather's key, assuming he still has it. I'm certain he does, and I could take you to him, but it'll be dangerous. Lee says, don't you worry about that. We're used to dangerous. Nago and Arenvald will assemble a squadron while the rest of us go and get that key. Yep. Alright. Thancred says, had I judged it possible to rescue her myself, I would have. But there were too many guards, too many ways it could have ended badly. I knew at once I would need your help. Alfino says, hold on, Cryo, we're coming. Nago says, Meffred told me about your time in Ala Ghiri, how a certain someone gave you a piece of his mind when you first met. Try not to hold it against him. Uskar says, we couldn't have had more than a few days training when the Imperials attacked the Reach, but I've seen my share of combat since. I may be no hero like you, but I can hold my own against Imperial regulars. You'll see. Alright. We're going to call it here from tonight. We've got a lot of progress. We made it all the way through, oh gosh, previous area. The peaks. Thank you. The peaks. And, oh, there's a blue quest for us. So I'm going to go pick that up real quick. Yeah, I'll pick it up next time. All right. We've made it into the locks. We're in the final zone. All right. Picking up level 69 quests out of 70. I think the next area is an instance quest, and it might take a while. And we've been going quite a while for this recording and stream, so I want to make sure that my recording is good and not corrupted. Tends to cut off after a lot of hours. Anyway, now we come to the fun part of the night, which is the cat joke. You know, if you can, give us a like, give us a subscribe, hit the notification bell, you know, all that jazz. You know what to do and when to do it. Let me get to my cat joke page. I may do a Claire Obscure stream tomorrow night. So that game is amazing. Alright, where's my cat? Oh, there it is. I had to find a new cat joke site because I'd used up all the jokes on the other one. What do you call a cat that can sing? A formidable vocalist. Yeah, formidable. Okay, on that bad cat joke. A bad cat joke note. Formidable vocalist note. We're going to call it here for tonight. You have a great one, cats and kittens. Mamacatgamer is signing out. See you next time.